Welcome to Deep Sleep, your home to gangster stories for sleep. The gangster of tonight's story is Griselda Blanco, the godmother of Miami. In a male-dominated business, Griselda Blanco carved out her place with her intelligence, albeit in a more ruthless manner. Please don't forget to like our video and subscribe to our channel if you enjoy our content. We are pleased to announce the launch of our Patreon program, offering support for our channel. You can find our link in the description. Your support encourages us to create more stories. Now, please relax and close your eyes if you are in bed, or place yourself on your favorite couch and release yourself to tonight's story. We also would love to hear where you are from and what time it is. Reading comments from all over the world brings us great happiness. Enjoy! The date was February 15th, 1943. Though some would later claim it was in Santa Marta, not Cartagena. And as the infant took her first breath, no cosmic sign foretold the darkness that would bloom from this seemingly innocent beginning. Ana Lucia Restrepo cradled her newborn daughter with hands that were already calloused from years of scrubbing floors and washing other people's laundry. She named the child Griselda, a name with Germanic origins meaning battle maiden, an unwitting prophecy for the path that lay ahead. The cramped one-room dwelling that served as their home offered little comfort or security, its thin walls allowing the sounds of street violence to seep in like a poisonous lullaby. The barrio was no place for childhood innocence. It was a labyrinth of narrow alleys where children learned to navigate danger before they learned to read, where survival trumped morality, and where Griselda Blanco would receive her education in the harshest classroom imaginable, the streets. Her own life had been a succession of disappointments and betrayals, leaving her with a well of bitterness that frequently spilled over onto her daughter. When drunk, which was often, she would unleash torrents of verbal abuse that cut deeper than any knife. Physical punishment followed for infractions both real and imagined, teaching young Griselda that pain was simply part of existence. "You think this hurts?" Ana Lucia would snarl after striking her daughter, her breath heavy with cheap aguardiente. "The world will hurt you worse if you're weak." "I'm making you strong." By the age of 8, Griselda had developed a peculiar stillness when facing her mother's rage, a blank expression that masked the calculations already forming behind her dark, observant eyes. She was learning that emotions were dangerous to display, that vulnerability invited exploitation, and that power belonged to those willing to seize it without remorse. The streets of the barrio offered their own brutal curriculum. Children with hollow cheeks and hungry eyes competed for scraps, both literal and metaphorical. Griselda watched, learned, and soon surpassed her peers in the art of survival. Her small fingers became nimble instruments of theft, relieving distracted tourists and businessmen of wallets and watches with a skill that belied her youth. An older pickpocket named Miguel took notice of her natural talent when she was barely 9. He was perhaps 16, with a jagged scar across his left cheek and eyes that had long ago lost any childlike wonder. "You have good hands," he told her one evening after watching her work the market, "but you're taking pennies when you could be taking dollars," and thus began her apprenticeship in more sophisticated forms of crime. Miguel taught her to identify the most lucrative targets, to create diversions, to move through crowds like a ghost. He showed her how to forge simple documents, bus passes at first, then identification cards. Griselda absorbed these lessons with an intensity that sometimes unnerved even her mentor. "Most kids, they do this because they're hungry," Miguel remarked once. You look like you're storing it all away for something bigger." Griselda merely shrugged. "Maybe I am." The neighborhood whispered about the incident when she was 11, though in later years many would question whether it truly happened or was merely part of the mythology that would surround her name. The story, as it was told in hushed tones behind closed doors, involved the kidnapping of a boy from one of Medellin's wealthy families. A crime orchestrated by older criminals, but one in which young Griselda allegedly participated. According to these whispers, when the ransom exchange went awry, it was Griselda who pulled the trigger without hesitation, looking into the terrified eyes of a child not much different in age from herself, and ending his life with the detachment of someone switching off a light. No police records would ever confirm this tale, and those who claimed to know the truth often contradicted one another on key details. Yet the story persisted, growing like a dark legend around her name. Whether truth or fabrication, by her early teens, Griselda had graduated from pickpocketing to more profitable ventures. The post-war boom of the 1950s had created new markets for illicit goods and services, and Medellin's criminal underworld was expanding to meet demand. For a young woman with no formal education but a keen understanding of human weakness, opportunities abounded. It was during this time that Griselda's physical appearance began to transform from that of a street urchin to a young woman who understood the power of feminine allure. She learned to use her developing beauty as another tool in her arsenal, entrapping men with promises her eyes made but her heart never intended to keep. By 15, she had drifted into sex work, not from desperation like many of the women who walked the streets of the barrio, but as a calculated means to an end. Each encounter was a transaction where she gathered not just money but information, connections, and leverage over men who believed themselves powerful. Men are simple, she confided to Lucia, another young woman who worked the same streets. They think with what's between their legs, not what's between their ears. Remember that, and you'll never be as powerless as they think you are. Lucia, a wisp of a girl with perpetually frightened eyes, shook her head. I just want to survive until tomorrow. I want more than survival, Griselda replied, her gaze fixed on the glittering high-rises visible in the distance, where Medellin's elite lived in luxury that seemed as distant as the moon. I want everything they have and everything they fear losing. It was through her work that Griselda first encountered Carlos Trujillo, a man nearly twice her age who specialized in document forgery and human smuggling. Unlike the other men who saw only her body, Trujillo recognized something kindred in the calculating intelligence behind her eyes. He began to show her the intricacies of his craft, how to create passports and visas so convincing that they could fool even careful inspection, how to move people across borders where official crossings were impossible. Their relationship evolved from business to romance, though romance was perhaps too soft a word for the connection between two people who viewed love primarily as a weakness to be exploited in others. They married when Griselda was 17, a union that was as much a business merger as a marriage. We understand each other, Trujillo told her on their wedding night, as they sat counting the day's earnings rather than engaging in traditional newlywed activities. That's worth more than all the love songs and poetry in the world. Griselda nodded, allowing herself a rare, genuine smile. Understanding is power. Love is just a leash others use to control you. The marriage produced 3 sons in quick succession, Dixon, Uber, and Osvaldo. Motherhood did not soften Griselda as it might have other women. She viewed her children as extensions of herself, future soldiers in whatever war she would choose to wage. She was not cruel to them, as her own mother had been to her, but neither did she indulge in the tender affections most mothers lavished on their children. The world will not be kind to them because they are mine, she explained to a neighbor who questioned her emotional distance. Better they learn strength from me than weakness from others. While raising her sons, Griselda continued to expand her criminal activities alongside Trujillo. Their forgery business grew, developing a reputation for quality that commanded premium prices. They began smuggling not just people but goods, contraband cigarettes, liquor, and increasingly small quantities of marijuana and cocaine. The 1960s brought political turbulence to Colombia, with escalating conflicts between government forces, leftist guerrillas, and right-wing paramilitaries creating a perfect environment for criminal enterprises to flourish in the gaps of authority. Medellin, with its strategic location and growing industrial base, became a hub for an emerging drug trade that would soon reshape the country's destiny. Griselda watched these developments with the keen eye of a predator identifying new hunting grounds. The potential profits in narcotics dwarfed anything their current operations could generate, but Trujillo was hesitant to expand too quickly into such dangerous territory. The authorities looked the other way with papers and smuggling, he cautioned during one of their late-night strategy sessions. Drugs are different. The Americans are pushing for crackdowns. The penalties are worse. The risks are higher because the rewards are higher, Griselda countered, her voice carrying the quiet certainty that had become her trademark. Those who hesitate now will serve those who act. Their disagreement on this fundamental direction created the first significant rift in their partnership. Trujillo preferred to maintain their current operations with incremental growth, while Griselda's ambitions had expanded beyond what even she had once imagined possible. The end of their marriage came suddenly, though accounts of exactly how varied dramatically. The official record would later state that Carlos Trujillo died of natural causes, a heart attack in his sleep. But whispers in the criminal underworld suggested a different story, that Griselda, tired of his caution and ready to claim full control of their operations, had ordered a hit on her own husband. The truth perhaps lay somewhere in between these extremes, buried with Trujillo in a modest grave that Griselda visited only once, standing without tears as her sons, now aged 7, 5, and 4, looked on with expressions that mirrored her own detachment. "Is Papa in heaven?" Osvaldo, the youngest, asked with the directness of childhood. Griselda looked down at her son, considering her response carefully. "Your father is wherever people go when they're finished with this world," she finally said. "What matters is what he taught us while he was here. That survival belongs to those who take what they need without asking permission." As the cemetery workers filled in the grave, Griselda Blanco stood at the threshold of a new chapter. At 25, she was a widow with 3 young sons, a flourishing document forgery business, and connections throughout Medellin's criminal hierarchy. But the woman who walked away from that gravesite was already looking beyond these modest beginnings. The Colombia of the late 1960s was transforming, and with it, the opportunities for someone with Griselda's particular talents and absence of conventional moral constraints. The seeds planted in the harsh soil of her childhood had grown into something formidable. A woman who had learned to navigate a world of violence and exploitation by becoming its master rather than its victim. What no one, perhaps not even Griselda herself, could fully anticipate was just how far this journey would take her, from the desperate streets of Barrio Antioquia to the heights of criminal power, leaving a trail of blood and legend that would eventually earn her the moniker that would send chills. Through even the hardened world of international drug trafficking, the Black Widow. But on that day, as she led her sons from their father's grave, she was still just a woman at the beginning of her ascent, gathering her strength for the climb ahead, her eyes fixed not on what she was leaving behind, but on the empire she had already begun to envision. In the pre-dawn hours, when Queens was still shrouded in darkness, Griselda Blanco would often stand by her apartment window, watching the city stir to life. The streetlights cast long shadows on the pavement below, and the occasional car would rumble past, its headlights briefly illuminating the small, unassuming woman with intense dark eyes that seemed to calculate everything they observed. It was the late 1960s, and New York City was transforming, just as Griselda herself was undergoing her own metamorphosis. The journey to Queens had been arduous. Colombia, with its lush mountains and vibrant streets of Medellin, was worlds away from the concrete landscape of New York. Griselda had arrived with her second husband, Alberto Bravo, a man whose charm was matched only by his ambition. Their entry into the United States had been clandestine false papers, whispered arrangements, and the constant fear of discovery. But Griselda was no stranger to fear. She had learned to harness it, to transform it into a cold determination that would later become her trademark, her mind already racing with possibilities. She understood the potential of their new home, a sprawling metropolis hungry for escape, for pleasure, for the white powder that could provide both, however temporarily. The early days were lean. They moved cautiously, learning the rhythms of the city, identifying potential allies and enemies. Griselda observed the existing drug operations with a critical eye. Most were disorganized, inefficient. She saw opportunities where others saw only challenges. "The problem," she explained to Alberto one night as they sat at their kitchen table counting the meager profits from their first small deals, "is transportation. They're moving product like amateurs, taking unnecessary risks." Alberto leaned back in his chair, lighting a cigarette. And you have a better idea? The smile that crossed Griselda's face was subtle but confident. I do. Her innovation was elegant in its simplicity. While others were using obvious couriers who attracted attention, Griselda began recruiting ordinary-looking women who could blend into any crowd. Mothers, grandmothers, young professionals, women whom no one would suspect. Maria was one of the first. A middle-aged seamstress with 3 children, she had come to Griselda looking for work after her husband had abandoned the family. I need money for my children, Maria had said, her hands twisting nervously in her lap. I'll do anything. Griselda had studied her thoughtfully. You sew, yes? You're good with your hands. When Maria nodded, Griselda's plan began to take shape. Within weeks, Maria was crafting lingerie with hidden compartments, delicate, invisible pockets that could hold small packages of cocaine. The garments looked ordinary, even luxurious, but carried a fortune in narcotics. By 1970, Griselda had expanded her operation. The lingerie was just the beginning. She designed false-bottom suitcases of exceptional craftsmanship, indistinguishable from regular luggage. Her couriers traveled regularly between Colombia and New York, each carrying several kilos of high-purity cocaine. You see, she explained to Alberto as they counted an increasingly impressive stack of cash, no one looks twice at a woman bringing back lingerie from Colombia, or a businessman with a suitcase. We hide in plain sight. Alberto, initially skeptical, was now a true believer. Their partnership flourished, both in business and in their personal life. They moved to a larger apartment, bought expensive clothes, and began to taste the luxury that had always eluded Griselda in her impoverished childhood. But with success came attention, not from law enforcement, not yet, but from competitors. The established drug networks in New York viewed the Colombian couple with growing concern. Their efficiency was disrupting the market, their product was superior, and their distribution network was expanding rapidly. One rainy evening in 1971, Griselda received a visitor. Carlos Mendez was a representative of one of the Dominican operations that had previously controlled much of the cocaine trade in Queens. Mrs. Blanco, he said, his voice soft but his eyes hard, we need to discuss territories. Griselda offered him coffee, her movements unhurried, her expression pleasant. Of course, Mr. Mendez, please sit. What followed was a masterclass in negotiation. Where Carlos expected to intimidate, he found himself instead drawn into Griselda's web of logic and mutual benefit. By the end of the meeting, not only had she refused to restrict her operations, but she had also secured a partnership that would allow her access to Carlos's distribution network. You are either very brave or very foolish, Carlos remarked as he prepared to leave. Griselda's smile didn't reach her eyes. Perhaps I am simply very confident in the quality of my product and the efficiency of my operation. Would you rather compete with me or profit alongside me? Carlos left with a new business arrangement and a newfound respect for the Colombian woman who had outmaneuvered him so completely. By 1972, Griselda's courier network had expanded dramatically. She was moving multi-kilo loads weekly with a precision that minimized losses and maximized profits. Her operation was a study in careful planning and execution. Each courier had a specific route, a specific contact, a specific delivery point. Nothing was left to chance. The money flowed in, and with it came power. Griselda and Alberto began investing in legitimate businesses. A boutique that sold the very lingerie that had launched their empire, a small import company that provided perfect cover for their activities, and real estate throughout Queens. Their home life took on the trappings of success. They hosted dinner parties for their growing circle of associates, both criminal and legitimate. Griselda, once the poor girl from the slums of Medellin, now wore designer clothes and jewelry. She developed a taste for fine wines and gourmet food. But beneath the veneer of respectability, the operation continued to grow. We should expand, Alberto suggested one night as they lay in bed, the sounds of the city a distant hum through their bedroom window. Miami is opening up. The demand there is incredible. Griselda considered this, her mind calculating risks and rewards. Not yet. We perfect our operation here first, then we move south. Her caution was well-founded. By 1973, law enforcement was beginning to take notice of the increasing flow of cocaine into New York. The DEA, still a relatively new agency, was particularly interested in identifying the sources of the high-quality cocaine that was flooding the city's streets. Agent Robert Williams was assigned to investigate the growing Colombian presence in the drug trade. A methodical man with a decade of experience, he began mapping the networks, identifying key players, and building a case. "Whoa, there's someone new in Queens," he told his supervisor during a briefing. "Someone smart. The product is moving in ways we haven't seen before. Women couriers. Sophisticated concealment methods. Whoever is running this operation knows what they're doing." The investigation proceeded slowly. Griselda had been careful to insulate herself from the street-level operations. Her name was whispered rather than spoken, her direct involvement nearly impossible to prove. But as 1974 dawned, the pressure began to mount. Several of Griselda's couriers were intercepted at JFK Airport. While they revealed nothing under interrogation, the seizures represented a significant loss and a worrying development. "We need to be more careful," Griselda instructed Alberto during a tense meeting with their lieutenants. "Change the routes, change the methods. We adapt or we die." The adaptations were swift and effective. Griselda began using commercial shipping containers, hiding cocaine among legitimate imports. She established multiple redundant supply lines, ensuring that if one was compromised, others would continue to function. And she implemented a strict security protocol, compartmentalizing information so that no single person, except herself and Alberto, understood the full scope of the operation. Despite these precautions, the DEA was closing in. Operation Banshee, as the investigation was codenamed, had been gathering evidence for months. Agent Williams and his team had flipped several low-level distributors, each providing pieces of the puzzle that was Griselda's organization. "We're getting closer," Williams reported in early 1975. "We've identified at least 30 individuals connected to this network, and we're hearing a name, Griselda Blanco. She and her husband, Alberto Bravo, appear to be the architects of this entire operation." The evidence continued to accumulate. Financial records showed suspicious transactions. Surveillance photographs captured meetings between known associates. Wiretaps recorded conversations that, while coded, clearly referred to drug shipments. In April 1975, the federal grand jury returned indictments against 30 individuals associated with Griselda's operation, charging them with conspiracy to import cocaine. It was a sweeping action designed to dismantle the entire network in a single blow. But Griselda had not survived and thrived without developing a keen sense for danger. She had cultivated sources within law enforcement, paying handsomely for information that might affect her business. 3 days before the planned arrests, she received a phone call. "They're coming," her source said simply. "The indictments are signed. They know everything." That night, Griselda and Alberto had their final conversation on American soil. Sitting in their living room, the lights of Queens twinkling beyond their windows, they weighed their options. "We have to leave," Alberto insisted. "Return to Colombia. Rebuild." Griselda was uncharacteristically quiet, her fingers absently tracing the rim of her wineglass. "Everything we've built here," she finally said, "is lost." Alberto finished for her. "For now. But we have money in Colombia. This is a setback, not the end." Griselda nodded slowly. "Arrange it, quietly. We leave separately. I'll go first." The next morning, Griselda Blanco, carrying only a small suitcase and wearing a simple dress that made her look like any other middle-aged woman, boarded a flight to Bogotá. By the time Agent Williams and his team executed their arrest warrants, she was already gone, leaving behind an empire that had, at its peak, moved hundreds of kilos of cocaine each month and generated millions in profits. In Colombia, as the news of the American indictments reached her, Griselda stood on the balcony of a house in Medellin, looking out over the city of her birth. The girl who had once known poverty and desperation had returned as a woman of means and influence, a fugitive from American justice, but still very much in control of her destiny. "This is just the beginning," she told Alberto when he joined her a few days later. "We learned in New York. Now we apply those lessons elsewhere." Her eyes turned southward toward Miami, a city that would soon come to know her name all too well. The operation in Queens had been sophisticated and profitable, but it was merely the prelude to what would become one of the most notorious criminal careers in the history of the drug trade. As night fell over Medellin, Griselda Blanco, the woman who had revolutionized cocaine trafficking with lingerie and false-bottom suitcases, who had built and lost an empire in the shadows of New York City, began to plan her next move. The Godmother, as she would come to be known, was just getting started. The night air hung heavy over Bogota, carrying with it the faint scent of rain that had fallen earlier in the evening. The neon lights of the nightclub pulsed in the darkness, casting an otherworldly glow across the parking lot, where expensive cars gleamed under the street lamps. Inside, the bass thumped like a heartbeat, but Griselda Blanco's mind was elsewhere, focused on numbers that didn't add up and suspicions that had been growing for months. Alberto Bravo, her second husband and business partner, sat across from her at their VIP table, laughing with associates as he sipped expensive whiskey. His gold jewelry caught the light as he gestured, telling some stories she wasn't bothering to listen to. Once, she had found his confidence attractive. Now, it felt like mockery. Griselda watched him through narrowed eyes, the ice in her glass long melted. Her informants had been clear. Millions of dollars from their cocaine business had disappeared, and Alberto's personal accounts had mysteriously grown. The betrayal burned inside her, a cold, familiar anger that had become her companion through the years. "We should go," she said finally, interrupting whatever Alberto was saying. Her voice was soft, but carried an unmistakable command. Alberto looked at her, his smile faltering slightly before he recovered. "So early, mi amor. The night is just beginning." "We have business to discuss," Griselda replied, already standing. "Private business." The other men at the table exchanged glances but knew better than to comment. In Colombia's underworld, Griselda Blanco was already becoming a legend. La Madrina, the Black Widow, the woman who had carved her way from the slums of Medellin to become one of the most feared figures in the cocaine trade. Alberto nodded, draining his glass. "As you wish." They moved through the club like royalty, people instinctively stepping aside. Griselda's bodyguards flanked them, their eyes constantly scanning for threats. 6 men loyal to Alberto followed behind, their presence a reminder of the delicate balance of power in their marriage. The parking lot was quieter than the club, the music now muffled behind thick walls. Griselda's driver stood by her black Mercedes, but she made no move toward it. Instead, she turned to face Alberto in the semi-privacy between parked vehicles. "You've been stealing from me," she said without preamble, her voice eerily calm. Alberto's expression hardened. "Careful with accusations, Griselda. We're partners, remember? What's mine is yours." "Then why are there millions missing from our accounts? Why does your cousin in Miami suddenly have a new mansion? Why do you have a separate bank account I wasn't meant to know about?" Each question fell between them like a stone. The night seemed to still around them. Even the bodyguards, professionals who had witnessed countless dangerous moments, tensed imperceptibly. Alberto laughed, but there was no humor in it. "You have your spies everywhere, don't you? Even in my bedroom." "I needed to know if I could trust my husband," Griselda replied. "Clearly, I cannot." "Trust?" Alberto's voice rose slightly. "You want to talk about trust? How many men have you threatened, tortured, or killed because you couldn't trust them? You see betrayal everywhere, Griselda. It's your sickness." Perhaps he was right, Griselda thought fleetingly. Trust had never come easily to her, not since her childhood in the slums where survival meant suspecting everyone. But this wasn't paranoia. The evidence was too concrete, the numbers too precise. "Return what you've taken," she said, "and perhaps we can continue our arrangement." Alberto's face darkened. "There is nothing to return. And you forget yourself, Griselda. Without me, you would still be a small-time dealer in Medellin. I built these connections. I made these routes possible." "We built this empire together," Griselda corrected, her voice dropping dangerously low. And no one steals from me, not even you." The air between them crackled with tension. Around them, their respective bodyguards shifted uneasily, hands drifting closer to concealed weapons. "Is this why you brought me out here?" Alberto asked, glancing around the parking lot. "To threaten me? Or worse?" Griselda didn't answer immediately. The truth was, she hadn't fully decided his fate until this moment. She had hoped, perhaps foolishly, that he would confess, apologize, make amends. But the defiance in his eyes told her everything she needed to know. "I brought you here to give you a chance," she said finally. "One you clearly don't deserve." What happened next occurred with the terrible clarity that often accompanies moments of extreme violence. Some would later say Alberto reached for his gun first. Others would claim Griselda gave a signal to her men. The truth, as always in such matters, was likely somewhere in between. A mutual recognition that the confrontation had passed the point of no return. Gunfire erupted in the parking lot, shattering the relative quiet of the night. Car windows exploded, metal pinged as bullets found their marks, and men shouted in a chaotic symphony of violence. Alberto and his 6 bodyguards had come prepared for trouble, but so had Griselda. Her men were positioned strategically, and they fired with the precision of those who knew their lives depended on their accuracy. Griselda herself drew her own pistol, a small .38 she always carried. Later, the story would grow that she had personally killed Alberto, facing him down like something from an old Western film. The reality was messier, more chaotic. In the exchange of gunfire, she saw Alberto fall, multiple bullets finding their mark. Whether one of those bullets was hers became irrelevant in the mythology that would later surround her. A sharp pain tore through her abdomen, and Griselda realized she'd been hit. She staggered back against a car, one hand pressed to the bleeding wound. Around her, the gunfire was subsiding as quickly as it had begun. Bodies lay scattered across the asphalt. Alberto and all 6 of his men. One of her bodyguards rushed to her side. "Petrona, you're hurt. We need to get you to a doctor." Griselda nodded, allowing herself to be helped toward the waiting car. As they passed Alberto's body, she paused, looking down at the man she had once loved, the father of one of her sons. His eyes stared sightlessly at the night sky, his expensive suit now soaked with blood. "Make sure he's dead," she said coldly, before continuing to the car. The wound was serious, but not fatal. A bullet had passed through her side, missing vital organs. A private doctor was summoned to a safe house, one of many Griselda maintained throughout Bogota. As he worked to stop the bleeding and close the wound, Griselda remained conscious, issuing orders between gritted teeth. "Contact our people in the police department," she instructed one of her lieutenants. "Make sure this disappears." "Already done, Petrona," the man assured her. "The right envelopes are being delivered as we speak." Griselda nodded, grimacing as the doctor injected local anesthetic around her wound. The Colombian authorities would ask no questions, file no charges. Money had a way of ensuring silence, and Griselda had plenty to spare, even with what Alberto had stolen. As the doctor worked, Griselda's mind was already turning to the future. Alberto's betrayal had created complications, but also opportunities. His connections would need to be secured, his portion of the business absorbed. There would be those who might see this moment as a sign of weakness, a chance to move against her. They would need to be dealt with swiftly and decisively. "Send word to Pablo," she said, referring to Pablo Escobar, the rising power in Medellin with whom she had a complex relationship of mutual respect and wariness. "Tell him what happened here was internal business, nothing that concerns our arrangements." Rumors would later circulate that Escobar himself had orchestrated Alberto's killing, seeing an opportunity to strengthen his position or eliminate a rival. Griselda knew these whispers would emerge, and in some ways they might be useful. Let potential enemies wonder about her connections, her reach. The doctor finished his work, bandaging her wound and prescribing rest advice Griselda had no intention of following completely. "You're fortunate," he told her. "Another inch to the left, and we wouldn't be having this conversation." Griselda smiled thinly. "Fortune has nothing to do with it, Doctor. I'm still alive because I'm meant to be." After he left, one of her most trusted lieutenants, Carlos, approached with a glass of whiskey and her medication. "The streets are already talking, Patrona," he said quietly. "They're saying you killed Alberto yourself, stood over him and put 3 bullets in his chest." Griselda took the whiskey. Considering this, the reality had been chaotic, a firefight in which everyone had been shooting. Had one of her bullets struck Alberto? Possibly. Did it matter? Not really. What mattered was the perception, the story that would be told. "Let them talk," she said finally. "Fear is a more effective weapon than any gun." Carlos nodded, understanding perfectly. In their world, reputation was currency, and Griselda's had just become considerably more valuable. The woman who killed her husband when he betrayed her. It was the kind of story that would discourage future betrayals. That night, as Griselda lay in bed, pain throbbing beneath her bandages, she thought about the method of Alberto's death. A confrontation, face to face, guns drawn. It was almost honorable in its way. But in their business, honor was a luxury few could afford. She remembered something she had seen in Medellin years earlier. Assassins on motorcycles, able to approach quickly, fire, and disappear into traffic before anyone could react. It was efficient, anonymous, and nearly impossible to defend against. Some would later claim that Griselda invented the motorcycle hit tactic after the Bogotá shootout, adapting it from existing methods or creating it wholesale. The truth was less clear-cut. Such tactics had been used before in Colombia's violent history, but Griselda would certainly refine and deploy them with a frequency and effectiveness that became her trademark. As dawn broke over Bogotá, Griselda made a decision. The confrontation with Alberto had been necessary but messy. In the future, her enemies would never see her coming. They would simply feel the rush of air as a motorcycle passed, hear the crack of gunfire, and then nothing at all. News of the Bogotá shootout spread quickly through Colombia's criminal underworld. By the following evening, as Griselda received visitors in her safe house, the story had already grown in the telling. Alberto hadn't merely been killed, he had been executed. Griselda hadn't simply been involved, she had personally ensured her husband's demise. One of these visitors was Jorge Ochoa, a powerful figure in the emerging Medellin cartel. He brought expensive wine and cautious congratulations. "They're calling you La Madrina now more than ever," he told her, sipping his drink. "The godmother who shows no mercy, not even to her husband." Griselda smiled, adjusting her position to ease the pain in her side. "And what do you think, Jorge? Was I too harsh?" Ochoa considered his words carefully. "I think Alberto made a fatal miscalculation. He forgot who he was married to. He stole from me," Griselda said simply. "No one steals from me." "A lesson many will take to heart," Ochoa nodded. "But be careful, Griselda. You've made yourself even more visible now. The authorities are paid well to look the other way," she interrupted, as always. This was true enough. In the aftermath of the shooting, the expected police investigation had been perfunctory at best. Money had changed hands, reports had been filed and promptly forgotten, and Griselda's name had never formally appeared in any documentation. After Ochoa left, Griselda stood carefully and walked to the window, looking out at the Bogotá skyline. The pain in her side was a constant reminder of how close she had come to death. Alberto had been prepared, had brought men ready to kill. If her informant hadn't warned her of his plans, the outcome might have been very different. Trust no one completely. It was a lesson she had learned early, and one that had saved her life more than once. Even as she recovered from her wound, Griselda was already planning her next moves. Alberto's death had left vacuums to be filled, territories to be secured. There would be challenges to her authority, tests of her resolve. Let them come, she thought. They would learn what Alberto had learned too late, that Griselda Blanco's vengeance was swift, merciless, and absolute. In the weeks that followed, as Griselda recovered her strength and consolidated her position, the legend of the Bogotá parking lot confrontation grew. With each telling, the details shifted slightly. Alberto became more villainous, Griselda more calculating in her revenge. The truth, with all its messy complications and split-second decisions, gave way to a cleaner narrative that served her purposes. And if Pablo Escobar, hearing these stories, smiled knowingly, and said nothing about his own possible involvement in engineering. The confrontation, well, that too was part of the complex dance of power and perception that defined their world. Griselda neither confirmed nor denied the various versions of events that circulated. Instead, she let the uncertainty work for her, creating an aura of dangerous unpredictability that served as its own form of protection. "They say the devil's greatest trick was convincing the world he didn't exist," one of her lieutenants commented one evening. "Your greatest trick might be letting the world believe every story they hear about you, true or not." Griselda considered this, running her finger along the scar that Alberto's bullet had left. "Fear is built on stories," she replied, "and I intend to be the most frightening story of all." The year was 1978, and Miami was transforming before her eyes, a transformation she intended to both witness and orchestrate. Her slender fingers gripped the railing as she surveyed what would become her kingdom, the diamond-encrusted bracelet on her wrist catching the dying sunlight. Behind her, Dario Sepulveda approached with quiet confidence. Unlike her previous husbands, Dario carried himself with the calculated precision of a chess player. As one of her most trusted enforcers, he had proven himself not just with his loyalty, but with his strategic mind, a quality Griselda had come to value above brute force. "The Ochoas confirmed the shipment for next week," he said, his voice low and measured as he joined her at the railing. "Carlos Leather is handling the transportation personally." Griselda nodded, a slight smile playing across her lips. "Good. I want you to oversee the distribution once it arrives. No mistakes this time." Their relationship had begun as business, Dario the enforcer, Griselda the visionary. But something more profound had developed between them. Perhaps it was their shared understanding of power, or maybe it was the way he looked at her, not with fear like the others, but with genuine admiration for her ambition. Their wedding had been a small affair by her standards, only the most trusted associates present, gifts of gold and loyalty offered with bowed heads. The Miami operation was still taking shape, and Griselda preferred to keep a relatively low profile as she established her networks. Still, she had worn white, a traditional bride in a non-traditional world, with a diamond necklace worth more than most people's homes adorning her neck. "What are you thinking about?" Dario asked, studying her contemplative expression. "The future," she replied simply. "Miami is different from Colombia. The rules here, they bend differently." The birth of their son, Michael Corleone Blanco, had changed something in Griselda. Named after the character from The Godfather, a film she had watched repeatedly, studying the business strategies and family dynamics, Michael represented something new in her life, her fourth son, but perhaps the one born at the most pivotal moment in her rising empire. "He has your eyes," Dario had whispered in the hospital room, cradling the newborn with a gentleness few would believe his hands capable of. Griselda had smiled then, a rare, genuine smile. "But he'll have your patience, I can already tell." The move to Miami had been strategic. Colombia had become increasingly complicated, with too many competing interests and growing attention from authorities. Miami, with its bustling port, its growing Colombian expatriate community, and its insatiable appetite for cocaine, presented the perfect opportunity for expansion. The transition hadn't been simple. Establishing a new operation required careful planning, strategic alliances, and occasional demonstrations of her willingness to enforce her will. "The Diaz brothers are asking for a meeting," Dario informed her, breaking her reverie. "They're nervous about the new territory arrangements." Griselda turned from the view, her expression hardening slightly. "Let them be nervous. They'll adjust or they'll disappear." Miami isn't big enough for confusion. Inside the mansion, the decor reflected Griselda's complex personality. Ornate religious icons shared space with luxurious furniture and state-of-the-art security systems. She had always been a woman of contradictions, deeply superstitious yet ruthlessly pragmatic, capable of maternal tenderness and unflinching brutality. The network she was building in Miami differed from her Colombian operation. Here, she needed to be more discreet, more strategic. The wholesale distribution model she envisioned would minimize her direct exposure while maximizing profits. Her organization, though smaller than some reports would later claim, operated with military precision. Dozens of loyal soldiers, not hundreds as some sensationalized accounts would suggest, formed the core of her Miami operation. "I've secured 3 more properties across the city," Dario said, following her inside. "Safe houses as you requested, untraceable through shell companies." Griselda nodded approvingly. Later that evening, as Miami's nightlife began to pulse through the city, Griselda hosted a small gathering of her most trusted lieutenants. The meeting took place in the wood-paneled study of her mansion, where the air was thick with cigar smoke and hushed conversations. "Miami is not Medellin," she explained, her voice commanding attention despite its softness. "The authorities here are different. They can be bought, yes, but they're under more scrutiny. We operate with more subtlety here." One of her newer associates, a young man eager to prove himself, shifted uncomfortably. "But Doña, our reputation will build itself," she interrupted, her dark eyes fixing on him with intensity that made him look away, through reliability and quality, through business sense. Violence is a tool, not a billboard advertisement. This philosophy represented an evolution in Griselda's approach. While she never hesitated to authorize force when necessary, in Miami she recognized the need for a more sophisticated operation. The wholesale model she implemented allowed her to maintain distance from street-level distribution, reducing her exposure while her profits grew exponentially. Her relationship with the Ochoa brothers and Carlos Lerta was complex. Though she sourced product through them and maintained cordial business relations, Griselda fiercely guarded her independence. She wasn't merely an extension of the Medellin operation, she was her own power, her own empire. "Jorge Ochoa respects strength and reliability," she once explained to Dario as they lay in bed, the Miami moonlight filtering through the curtains. "So, we demonstrate both. But we never become dependent. Dependency is death in this business." Dario understood this philosophy better than most. His background as an enforcer had taught him the value of autonomy. "The moment they see us as merely an extension, we become expendable," he agreed. Their partnership, both personal and professional, flourished in those early Miami days. Dario's strategic mind complemented Griselda's visionary ambition, creating an operation that grew more sophisticated with each passing month. The birth of Michael had softened some edges of their life while sharpening others. Griselda insisted on a semblance of normalcy for her youngest son, a beautiful nursery in their main residence, regular visits from a private pediatrician, even occasional walks in the park under heavy guard. Yet Michael's existence also intensified her paranoia about security and her determination to solidify her position. "I want him to have choices I never had," she confided to Dario one evening as they watched their son sleep. "Power gives choices." Dario had nodded, understanding the complex mixture of ambition and maternal instinct that drove his wife. By late 1979, Griselda's Miami operation had established firm roots. Her network of safe houses and luxury properties created a web across the city, places to conduct business, entertain associates, or simply disappear when necessary. Her primary residence, the waterfront mansion, became known for its extravagant parties, where legitimate businessmen mingled unknowingly with cartel associates and corrupted officials. These gatherings served multiple purposes: laundering her public image, gathering intelligence, and establishing connections that blurred the lines between Miami's underworld and its legitimate society. Griselda, dressed in designer clothes with her hair impeccably styled, played the role of successful businesswoman and gracious hostess with surprising ease. "Politics and business are the same game with different rules," she observed to one of Miami's prominent real estate developers at one such gathering, champagne glass in hand. "Don't you agree?" The developer, unaware of his hostess's true business, had laughed appreciatively at what he took to be an immigrant's astute observation about American capitalism. Behind these social facades, however, Griselda's operation maintained its ruthless efficiency. The distribution network she established moved product with remarkable speed and discretion. While the street-level sales remained deliberately disconnected from her direct control, the wholesale supply flowed through channels she monitored personally. Her relationship with her suppliers in Colombia remained professional, but carefully distanced. When Carlos Lerta visited Miami in early 1980, Their meeting took place on Griselda's yacht, neutral territory where conversations couldn't be easily monitored. "Your operation impresses me," Leda had admitted, watching the Miami skyline from the deck. "You've built something unique here." Griselda had smiled, accepting the compliment with the confidence of someone who knew their worth. "Miami understands luxury and indulgence. I simply provide what the market demands." What she didn't articulate was her growing belief that Miami represented the future of their business. While Colombia remained the source, America's insatiable appetite for cocaine made cities like Miami the true centers of power in their industry. Griselda's foresight in establishing herself there early would prove advantageous as the cocaine trade exploded throughout the early 1980s. As her business expanded, so did the challenges of maintaining it. The influx of cash required increasingly sophisticated laundering operations. Through a network of front businesses, import companies, real estate investments, and retail establishments, Griselda transformed her cocaine profits into legitimate-appearing assets. "Money is like water," she explained to a small circle of her financial advisors during a strategy meeting in one of her safe houses. "It must flow to remain clean. Stagnant money attracts attention." Her understanding of financial systems, largely self-taught through observation and strategic hiring of experts, allowed her operation to manage millions of dollars with remarkable discretion. While law enforcement would later identify dozens of her front businesses, many more remained undiscovered. The personal dynamics within her organization reflected Griselda's complex character. She inspired fierce loyalty through a combination of generosity, fear, and a strange form of maternal authority. To those who served her well, she offered protection, wealth, and a sense of family. To those who betrayed her trust, the consequences were swift and typically final. "Loyalty isn't bought," she once told a gathering of her lieutenants. "It's cultivated, like faith." The religious iconography that adorned her homes wasn't merely decorative. Griselda maintained a complex spiritual life, regularly consulting with santeros and keeping elaborate shrines in her residences. She believed deeply in divine protection and fate, often attributing her successes to spiritual guidance rather than her own ruthless intelligence. This spiritual dimension added another layer to the loyalty she commanded. Many in her organization shared her beliefs and saw her apparent divine protection as further evidence of her right to lead. As 1980 approached, bringing with it the infamous Mariel boat lift that would dramatically alter Miami's demographic and criminal landscape, Griselda had already established herself as a power unlike any the city had seen before. Her operation, though smaller than later mythology would claim, operated with a precision and vision that distinguished it from more chaotic criminal enterprises. "Miami is changing," Dariel observed one evening as they watched a news report about the growing tensions in Cuba that would soon lead to the mass exodus. "More of our countrymen coming, more competition." Griselda had simply smiled, the confidence of someone who had already anticipated these changes evident in her expression. "Change brings opportunity for those prepared to seize it, and we, my love, are always prepared." This confidence wasn't merely bravado. By establishing her wholesale distribution model early and building relationships throughout Miami's power structures, Griselda had positioned herself to weather the coming storm of competition and increased law enforcement attention. While other criminal organizations would fight bloody territorial battles in the streets, her operation would continue to operate with relative discretion, moving product and profits with methodical efficiency. The foundation she laid during these formative years in Miami, the network of safe houses, the distribution channels, the financial laundering operations, and the strategic alliances, would support an empire that would dominate the cocaine trade for years to come, cementing Griselda Blanco's place in the complex history of organized crime. As she stood on her balcony that night in 1980, watching Miami's lights reflect on the dark water, Griselda felt a rare moment of contentment. Her son slept peacefully inside, her husband stood loyal beside her, and her empire grew stronger each day. The city that spread before her, unknowing and hungry for what she provided, had become both her kingdom and her canvas. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Dario said quietly, following her gaze across the water. Yes, Griselda replied, but her eyes had already moved beyond the view, seeing possibilities and connections invisible to others. And it's only the beginning. Though, the warm Miami breeze carried the scent of salt and sunscreen as tourists and locals alike meandered through the gleaming corridors of Dadeland Mall. It was July 11th, 1979, a day that would forever change the landscape of South Florida and etch itself into the collective memory of a city on the precipice of transformation. Inside the Crown Liquors store, German Jimenez Paneso was engaged in casual conversation with a business associate. At 46, Paneso had built a modest empire in the growing cocaine trade, establishing connections throughout Colombia and Miami. His tailored linen suit and gold watch spoke of his success, though he maintained a relatively low profile compared to some of his contemporaries. The liquor store served as an informal meeting place, a neutral ground where business could be discussed under the guise of selecting fine spirits. Neither Paneso nor the handful of afternoon shoppers noticed the white van that pulled into the parking lot. The vehicle moved unhurriedly, finding a spot with a clear view of the liquor store entrance. Inside sat two men, their expressions impassive as they checked their weapons one final time. MAC-10 machine guns, compact but devastatingly effective. "Remember what Godmother said," the driver murmured to his companion. "Make sure everyone knows it was her." The passenger nodded, his eyes cold. "For La Madrina." When the two men emerged from the van, they moved with practiced efficiency. They didn't run, they didn't shout. They simply walked into Crown Liquors and unleashed hell. The staccato bursts of automatic gunfire shattered the peaceful hum of commerce. Glass exploded. Bottles shattered. Screams erupted as shoppers dove for cover. Paneso had only a moment of horrified recognition before the bullets found him, tearing through his body with mechanical precision. The entire incident lasted less than 30 seconds. The gunmen retreated to their van and disappeared into Miami traffic, leaving behind a scene that police would later describe as a war zone. 7 people lay wounded. 2, including Paneso, were dead. As emergency vehicles converged on Dadeland Mall with sirens wailing, Detective Robert Cruz of the Miami-Dade Police Department stood amid the carnage, his experienced eyes taking in details that would haunt him for years to come. When a young reporter asked him about the scene, Cruz's response was grimly prophetic. "This wasn't just a hit," he said, his voice heavy with foreboding. "This was a message. These aren't just drug dealers anymore. These are cocaine cowboys." The phrase stuck, spreading through news reports and headlines across the nation. What few realized then was that this public execution wasn't merely the opening salvo in a drug war. It was the announcement of a new reign of terror orchestrated by a woman who had already earned a chilling nickname in the criminal underworld, La Madrina, the Godmother. Miles away from the massacre, in a luxurious waterfront mansion in Miami Beach, Griselda Blanco received word of the successful hit. At 36, she was already a legend in the cocaine trade, having clawed her way up from the slums of Medellin through a combination of ruthless ambition and strategic brutality. Her petite frame and deceptively gentle features belied a mind of extraordinary cunning and a heart seemingly devoid of mercy. "They're saying it's all over the news," reported Jorge Ayala, one of her most trusted lieutenants. "The police are calling it the work of cocaine cowboys." Griselda smiled, taking a slow sip of champagne as she gazed out at Biscayne Bay. "Let them call us whatever they want. By tomorrow, everyone who matters will know who really runs this city." The Dadeland Mall massacre marked a turning point in Miami's history. In the months that followed, the homicide rate began an alarming climb that would eventually see it triple. Emergency rooms overflowed with gunshot victims. The morgue required refrigerated trucks to handle the overflow of bodies. And through it all, Griselda Blanco's organization expanded with breathtaking speed. By early 1980, her operation was trafficking approximately 3,400 pounds of cocaine into the United States every month, generating gross revenues of around 80 million. The scale was unprecedented, but it was her methods that truly distinguished her from her rivals. Griselda understood something fundamental about power, explained Miguel Cabrera, a former associate who later testified against her. Fear is more valuable than money. Money buys loyalty until someone offers more. Fear buys silence forever. The fear she cultivated was methodical and theatrical. While other drug lords might eliminate rivals quietly, Griselda turned murder into spectacle. Her hitmen pioneered the use of motorcycle assassins in Miami, a technique she had observed in Colombia but refined for American streets. The method was as efficient as it was terrifying. Two men on a motorcycle would pull alongside a target's vehicle, the passenger would fire, and the driver would speed away through traffic where larger vehicles couldn't follow. On a humid evening in October 1979, Raul Diaz, a mid-level distributor who had been skimming profits, was driving his Mercedes down Collins Avenue when a motorcycle pulled alongside him at a stoplight. The passenger nodded politely before raising a pistol and firing 3 precise shots. By the time bystanders realized what had happened, the motorcycle had disappeared into the labyrinth of Miami Beach streets. It wasn't just that she killed people, Detective Cruz would later observe. It's that she wanted the killings to be seen. Each murder was a billboard advertising her power. Car bombs became another signature of Blanco's organization. Unlike the quick efficiency of motorcycle hits, bombings delivered a message of inescapable doom. In December 1979, when Fernando Ruiz, a rival distributor, turned the ignition in his Cadillac, the explosion was heard 6 blocks away. The psychological impact rippled through Miami's criminal hierarchy. No one was safe, not even in their most private spaces. Perhaps most terrifying were the war wagons, vans modified with gun ports that allowed Blanco's hitmen to spray entire streets with automatic fire. These mobile killing platforms brought the tactics of guerrilla warfare to American suburbs. In the shadows of this escalating violence, Griselda maintained a complex personal life. Her relationship with her 3 sons, Dixon, Uber, and Osvaldo, revealed the contradictions that defined her. She lavished them with luxury, ensuring they had the finest clothes, the most expensive toys, and private tutors. Yet she also groomed them for the family business, exposing them to violence at an early age. She would show them photographs of her enemies who had been killed, recalled a former household employee who requested anonymity. She told them, "This is what happens to people who betray the family." The boys would nod like she was teaching them table manners. In her Miami Beach mansion, Griselda hosted elaborate parties attended by corrupt officials, entertainers seeking the thrill of danger, and various figures from Miami's underworld. At one such gathering in early 1980, a Colombian supplier named Eduardo Velasquez made the fatal error of questioning Griselda's judgment regarding a disputed territory. "Perhaps, Madrina, we should consider a more diplomatic approach," he suggested, his voice lowered as they stood on her moonlit terrace. "The attention from authorities is becoming problematic." Griselda smiled, touching his arm with surprising gentleness. "Eduardo, you've always been a voice of reason. Walk with me to the dock. I want to show you something." The next morning, Velasquez's body was discovered floating in Biscayne Bay, a single bullet wound to the back of his head. The message was clear. There was no questioning La Madrina's authority. As 1980 progressed, the scale of Blanco's operation reached staggering proportions. Her distribution network extended beyond Miami to New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. She maintained multiple processing labs where cocaine was prepared for street distribution, employing hundreds of workers who operated in shifts around the clock. The financial logistics of her empire were equally impressive. With so much cash flowing in, often literally rooms filled with currency requiring counting machines, Griselda established elaborate money laundering operations. She acquired legitimate businesses, invested in real estate, and maintained a network of bankers and attorneys who helped transform drug profits into seemingly legitimate assets. What made her operation different was the vertical integration, explained DEA agent Michael Sullivan, who spent years building a case against her. She controlled everything from importation to street-level distribution. Most organizations specialized in one link of the chain. Griselda wanted the entire chain. This comprehensive approach allowed her to maximize profits while minimizing vulnerabilities. If one aspect of the operation faced pressure from law enforcement, others could compensate. When Coast Guard interdiction increased, she shifted to airdrops. When certain distribution networks were compromised, she developed alternatives. By mid-1980, Griselda's personal fortune was estimated to be in the hundreds of millions. She owned properties throughout Miami, a fleet of luxury vehicles, and a collection of jewelry that rivaled museum collections. Her spending was legendary: $100,000 shopping sprees, private jets for weekend trips, and parties where champagne flowed like water. Yet for all her wealth, Griselda never lost the survival instincts formed during her impoverished childhood. She changed residences frequently, employed multiple body doubles, and maintained escape plans for every location she visited. Her paranoia extended to her inner circle. She would sometimes test the loyalty of her lieutenants by feeding them false information and watching to see if it leaked. "Trust no one completely" was a mantra she impressed upon her sons. Even those closest to you may betray you when the price is right. The human cost of Griselda's rise to power extended far beyond her direct victims. Miami itself was transformed. Neighborhoods once known for their tranquility became battlegrounds. Tourism declined as headlines about the murder capital of America spread nationwide. Law enforcement agencies found themselves outgunned and outfunded by drug organizations flush with cash. "What people don't understand is how the violence affected ordinary citizens," explained Maria Sanchez, who worked as a nurse in Jackson Memorial Hospital's emergency room during this period. "We weren't just treating gunshot victims who were involved in the drug trade. We were treating children caught in crossfire, elderly people hit by stray bullets, witnesses who saw too much." The psychological impact on the community was equally devastating. Parents kept children indoors. Businesses installed security systems and hired armed guards. A pervasive sense of vulnerability settled over the city like a toxic cloud. By the fall of 1980, Griselda Blanco had achieved a level of power and notoriety unprecedented for a woman in the male-dominated world of international drug trafficking. Her organization was generating nearly $1 billion annually. Her name was whispered with a mixture of fear and awe throughout South America and the United States. Yet the very visibility that enhanced her reputation also made her increasingly vulnerable. Law enforcement agencies, local police, DEA, FBI, were devoting unprecedented resources to bringing down the cocaine cowboys, with Griselda at the top of their list. As pressure mounted, Griselda's paranoia intensified. She began to see betrayal everywhere. Loyal lieutenants who had served her for years found themselves suddenly suspect. The slightest perceived disrespect could trigger disproportionate retaliation. "The power changed her," observed Jorge Ayala during later testimony. "In the beginning, the violence had purpose. It was business." By 1980, it had become personal. She killed not just for profit or protection, but sometimes simply because she could. The empire she had built through cunning, brutality, and vision had transformed not only her own life, but the very fabric of Miami society. The Dadeland massacre had announced her presence to the world, and the ensuing wave of violence had cemented her reputation as the most feared figure in the cocaine trade. What no one could predict, perhaps not even Griselda herself, was how quickly empires built on blood and fear could crumble, or how the legacy of the Godmother would continue to reverberate through criminal history for decades to come. The Miami sun beat down mercilessly on the city streets that February afternoon in 1982, but inside the small, air-conditioned apartment in northwest Miami, Griselda Blanco sat in a leather armchair, her face illuminated by a shaft of light filtering through partially drawn blinds. The smoke from her cigarette curled upward, dancing in the light before dissipating into the shadows that seemed to follow her everywhere. Her dark eyes, penetrating and calculating, focused on Jorge Ayala, her most trusted hitman, as he stood before her, awaiting instructions. "Johnny Castro," she said, her voice low and measured, each syllable carrying the weight of a death sentence. "He's become a problem." Rivi nodded, understanding the unspoken command. Johnny Castro had been skimming profits from their cocaine operations, a transgression Griselda Blanco, known as the Godmother of the Miami drug trade, never forgave. "Make it clean," she added, tapping ash from her cigarette. "Make it a message." The room fell silent, save for the soft hum of the air conditioner. Miami in the early 1980s was a battleground, cocaine its currency, and Griselda Blanco its most ruthless general. At 39, she had already carved a bloody path from Colombia to New York to Miami, leaving a trail of bodies that had earned her another nickname, the Black Widow. 2 days later, on a quiet Miami street, Rivi's motorcycle pulled alongside Johnny Castro's car. What should have been a precise execution instead became a horrific miscalculation. The bullets that were meant for Castro also struck his 2-year-old son, Johnny Jr., who was sitting in the back seat, unseen by the assassin. When news of the child's death reached Griselda at her Miami Beach mansion, witnesses would later recall a reaction that chilled even her hardened associates. According to Rivi Ayala, in conversations later captured on tape during his cooperation with authorities, Griselda had been almost gleeful. "The kid was in the way," she reportedly said, dismissing the toddler's death with a wave of her hand. "These things happen." This callousness wasn't surprising to those who knew her well. Griselda had long subscribed to a philosophy that collateral damage was simply the cost of doing business in their world. What mattered was the message: cross Griselda Blanco, and not even your family was safe. The killing of Johnny Castro and his son sent ripples through Miami's criminal underworld. It wasn't just the brutality of the hit, but the disregard for an unwritten code that had previously kept children off limits. For law enforcement, particularly the newly formed CE CENTAC 26 Central Tactical Unit that had been created specifically to target major drug traffickers, the Castro killing represented a new level of violence that demanded response. Detective Robert Palombo of the Miami-Dade Police Department had been tracking Blanco for months. In his cramped office, walls covered with surveillance photos and network diagrams, he added the details of the Castro hit to his growing file. "She's escalating," he told his partner, sliding the crime scene photos across the desk. "This isn't just business for her anymore. She's enjoying it." His partner nodded grimly, studying the images. "The cocaine cowboy wars are one thing, but children, even for Miami, this is something else." What neither detective fully grasped yet was that for Griselda, business and pleasure had always been intertwined. Violence wasn't just a tool, it was her signature, her brand in a marketplace crowded with dangerous competitors. By June 1982, the summer heat had settled over Miami like a damp blanket. In a modest home in a residential neighborhood, Alfredo and Grisel Lorenzo were putting their children to bed, unaware that they had become the next targets on Griselda Blanco's list. The Lorenzos had made what would prove to be a fatal mistake. They had knowledge of Griselda's operations and were rumored to be considering cooperation with authorities. In Griselda's world, even the suspicion of betrayal warranted the harshest response. That evening, as the children were ushered to their rooms, men entered the Lorenzo home. What followed was described by investigators as one of the most cold-blooded executions they had ever encountered. Alfredo and Grisel were forced to kneel in their living room, in full view of their children, before being shot execution style. The children's screams alerted neighbors who called police. By the time officers arrived, the killers were gone, leaving behind a scene that would haunt even veteran detectives for years to come. When Detective Palombo arrived at the scene, the children were huddled together, being comforted by a neighbor. Their small faces, streaked with tears, told a story of innocence shattered in an instant. "Who would do this in front of kids?" his partner whispered, surveying the carnage. Palombo's jaw tightened. She would. Back at her Miami Beach compound, Griselda received confirmation of the hit with satisfaction. Seated by her pool, the Miami skyline glittering in the distance, she sipped champagne with her current lover, a young Colombian named Dario Sepulveda. "It's done," Rivi informed her, standing at a respectful distance. Griselda nodded, a slight smile playing at her lips.
Good. Let everyone know what happens to snitches.
Dario, cradling their infant son Michael in his arms, watched the exchange with a mixture of fascination and unease. He had met Griselda in Colombia, becoming first her bodyguard, then her lover, and finally the father of her youngest son. Their relationship was passionate but volatile, marked by Griselda's extreme jealousy and Dario's growing discomfort with her business methods. "Was it necessary?" he asked quietly after Rivi had departed. Griselda's eyes hardened as she turned to him. "Everything I do is necessary," she replied coldly. "The children will learn early what loyalty means. It's a valuable lesson." Dario looked down at Michael, peacefully sleeping in his arms, and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the evening breeze. He had known who Griselda was when they became involved. Her reputation in Medellin was legendary, but witnessing her operations firsthand in Miami was causing him to reconsider their future together. What Dario didn't know was that his concerns about Griselda's methods would soon be the least of his worries. The Lorenzo killings had intensified law enforcement scrutiny on Blanco's organization. Centac 26, led by veteran DEA agents and Miami-Dade detectives, was closing in, gathering evidence and turning lower-level associates into informants. The summer of 1982 bled into fall, and as the year turned to 1983, Griselda Blanco's empire continued to thrive despite the mounting pressure from law enforcement. Her cocaine distribution network stretched across the United States, with Miami as its hub, generating millions in profits that were laundered through a complex web of front businesses and offshore accounts. But within her personal life, cracks were beginning to show. Her relationship with Dario Sepulveda had deteriorated significantly. What had once been passionate had turned poisonous, their arguments becoming increasingly frequent and violent. The primary point of contention was their son, Michael, now a toddler. Dario, increasingly disturbed by Griselda's business and the environment surrounding their son, had begun to express his desire to return to Colombia with Michael. For Griselda, this was unthinkable. Michael was not just her son, he was her heir, the future of her criminal dynasty. In a sprawling mansion in Coral Gables, one of several properties Griselda maintained throughout Miami, the couple's most heated confrontation took place on a humid evening in July 1983. "I'm taking him back to Medellin," Dario declared, standing firm in the opulent living room where Griselda held court. "This is no place for a child to grow up." Griselda, dressed in a silk robe and adorned with diamonds, laughed bitterly. "You think I would let you take my son? You think you can just walk away from me?" "Look around you, Griselda." Dario gestured to the luxurious surroundings, the armed guards visible through the windows, the constant parade of criminal associates coming and going. "Is this what you want for Michael? To grow up surrounded by death?" Her eyes narrowed dangerously. "He will grow up to be strong, to be feared and respected. What would you teach him in Medellin? To be weak, to be human," Dario countered, his voice rising. "Something you've forgotten how to be." The argument escalated, with Griselda threatening and Dario standing his ground in a way few men ever dared with her. By the end of the night, Dario had packed his and Michael's belongings, and despite Griselda's threats, he departed for Colombia with their son. For those who knew Griselda, this was not merely a domestic dispute, it was a declaration of war. No one took anything from Griselda Blanco, especially not her own child. In September 1983, just 2 months after leaving Miami, Dario Sepulveda was driving through the streets of Medellin with Michael when multiple gunmen on motorcycles surrounded his car. In a hail of bullets that echoed through the Colombian city, Dario was killed instantly. Michael, miraculously unharmed, was quickly whisked away by associates loyal to Griselda. Within days, the boy was back in Miami, returned to his mother's embrace. Griselda greeted him with tears and tender words, cradling him as if he were the most precious thing in her world, which, in her own twisted way, he was. Though she was never formally charged with orchestrating Dario's murder, few in either Miami or Medellin had any doubts about who had ordered the hit. The pattern was too familiar. Anyone who crossed Griselda Blanco, even someone she had once loved, paid the ultimate price. She got what she wanted, Detective Palumbo remarked grimly when news of Sepulveda's death reached Miami. She always does. The Special Task Force, combining resources from the DEA, FBI, and local law enforcement, had been methodically building cases against key figures in Blanco's organization. Several of her lieutenants had been arrested, and rumors of grand jury investigations were circulating. Griselda, ever the survivor, recognized the changing winds. Miami had been good to her, a city she had helped transform into the cocaine capital of America, but it was time to move on. With characteristic foresight, she had already established operations in California, seeing the West Coast as the next frontier for her cocaine empire. In November 1983, Griselda Blanco quietly relocated to Southern California, settling into a luxurious estate in Orange County. She brought with her a smaller, more trusted circle of associates, including Michael and her older sons from previous relationships, who had been learning the family business under her tutelage. California represented not just a new market, but a fresh start. Away from the intense scrutiny of Miami authorities, Griselda hoped to rebuild and expand, adapting her operation to the different dynamics of the West Coast drug trade. But if she thought she had left her troubles behind in Miami, she was mistaken. The DEA, particularly agents who had been tracking her through Centac 26, had anticipated her move. Surveillance was established almost immediately, with agents monitoring her new residence, tracking her movements, and mapping her emerging California network. Agent James Peterson, transferred from Miami specifically to continue the pursuit of Blanco, set up an observation post in a nondescript apartment with a clear view of her estate. "She's smart," he told his new partner as they took photographs of visitors coming and going from Griselda's home. "Adaptable. That's what makes her so dangerous and so hard to catch." His partner, a veteran of the DEA's Los Angeles office, nodded. Her reputation preceded her. The local dealers are either terrified or trying to align themselves with her. "That's her playbook," Peterson explained, adjusting his camera lens. "Fear and opportunity. She offers both." Inside her new home, Griselda was indeed planning her next moves. The spacious living room had been converted into a strategy center, with maps of Los Angeles and surrounding counties spread across tables, marked with potential distribution points and territories. "We need to be smarter here," she told her assembled lieutenants, her finger tracing routes across the map. "Miami was chaotic. Here, we'll be more disciplined, less visible violence." This wasn't a moral evolution, but a tactical one. Griselda had learned from Miami that too much bloodshed attracted too much attention. In California, she would still eliminate obstacles, but with greater discretion. What Griselda didn't realize was how much the landscape of drug enforcement had changed. The Reagan administration's escalation of the war on drugs had provided agencies like the DEA with unprecedented resources and authority. The cocaine epidemic had become a national priority, and high-profile traffickers like Griselda Blanco were prime targets. As 1983 drew to a close, Griselda Blanco, the Godmother, the Black Widow, the woman responsible for countless deaths, including those of Johnny Castro and his infant son, Alfredo and Grisel Lorenzo, and her own lover, Dario Sepulveda, remained free but increasingly cornered. The net was tightening, with federal agents building their case methodically, turning associates, gathering evidence, and monitoring her every move. In her quieter moments, often late at night as she looked out over the California landscape from her balcony, Griselda perhaps reflected on the path that had led her here. From the slums of Medellin to the heights of criminal power, her life had been defined by a relentless drive to survive and dominate. The bodies she had left in her wake, enemies, lovers, innocent bystanders, were simply milestones on that journey. But even Griselda Blanco, who had cheated death and justice so many times, must have sensed that her story was approaching its most challenging chapter. The question wasn't if she would face retribution for her crimes, but when, and from which of her many enemies. The law, rival traffickers, or perhaps even those closest to her who had witnessed her capacity for betrayal firsthand. As 1984 dawned, The cocaine godmother of Miami prepared for what would be the next bloody phase of her remarkable and terrible life story. In the quiet moments before dawn, when the city of Irvine, California still slumbered, federal agents moved with practiced precision through the shadows. The date was February 17, 1985, a day that would mark the end of one chapter and the beginning of another in the story of Griselda Blanco. The woman they sought had earned many names over the years: La Madrina, the Black Widow, the Cocaine Godmother. But on this particular morning, they found something unexpected. The agents had anticipated resistance, perhaps even violence. What they discovered instead was a middle-aged woman sitting quietly in a modest home reading a Bible. Her dark hair framed a face that had once been beautiful in its youth, but now carried the weight of years lived dangerously. Her eyes, when they met those of the agents, showed neither surprise nor fear, only a strange, resigned acceptance, as though she had long anticipated this moment. Griselda closed the Bible slowly, placing a finger between the pages to mark her place. "I've been expecting you," she said, her voice carrying the thick accent of her Colombian homeland, though softened by years in the United States. "Let me finish this verse." The lead DEA agent, a veteran of numerous high-profile arrests, would later remark that in all his years of service, he had never seen someone so notorious appear so serene in the moment of their capture. It was as though two Griseldas existed, the ruthless queenpin who'd orchestrated a cocaine empire, and this contemplative woman finding solace in scripture. The arrest in Irvine marked the culmination of years of investigation, countless wiretaps, surveillance operations, and the gradual unraveling of a network that had once seemed impenetrable. For the authorities, it was a triumph. For Griselda, it was merely a transition. As they led her away in handcuffs, a neighbor peered through Venetian blinds, watching the scene unfold with wide eyes. The quiet woman who had lived among them, who had nodded politely when passing on the street, was being revealed as something else entirely. The neighbor would later tell reporters, "She seemed so ordinary, maybe a little reserved, but ordinary." Ordinary was the last word anyone in law enforcement would use to describe Griselda Blanco. By the time of her arrest, legends had already formed around her, some true, some exaggerated, all contributing to an aura of fearsome mystique that had helped her maintain control over her empire. The journey from Irvine to the Southern District of New York, where she would face trial, was conducted under heavy security. During the flight, Griselda sat silently, occasionally glancing out the window at the passing landscape below. One marshal assigned to her transport would later recall how she had asked for a cup of tea and thanked him with unexpected politeness when he provided it. "It's strange," the marshal told his wife that night, "to see someone thank you so genuinely when you're taking them to what might be a life sentence." By June 1985, the courthouse in Manhattan had become the stage for what promised to be one of the most significant drug trials of the decade. The prosecution had assembled a formidable case, built on financial records, surveillance, and most crucially, witnesses who had once been part of Griselda's inner circle, but now stood ready to testify against her. Chief among these was Carmen Caban, known in the streets as the Cheese Queen, a nickname earned through her role in the financial operations of the cocaine trade. Caban had been Griselda's confidant, her money handler, and now her potential downfall. The two women had first met in the mid-1970s, when Griselda was establishing her foothold in the Miami drug scene. Carmen had been working as an accountant for a legitimate business that, unbeknownst to her at the time, served as a front for laundering drug money. Her skill with numbers had caught Griselda's attention. "She approached me after work one day," Carmen would later testify, her voice steady despite the weight of the courtroom's attention. "She said she admired people who understood that numbers tell stories most people can't read. She offered me triple my salary to come work for her directly." Their relationship had evolved over the years from employer-employee to something resembling friendship at least, as close to friendship as someone like Griselda allowed herself to experience. They had shared meals, exchanged gifts on birthdays, discussed books and films. Carmen had even been godmother to one of Griselda's sons. Now, in the sterile environment of the courtroom, that relationship had transformed into something else entirely. Carmen sat on the witness stand, hands clasped tightly in her lap, avoiding direct eye contact with the woman she was helping to prosecute. "Ms. Cabin," the prosecutor began, his voice echoing in the hushed courtroom, "could you please describe for the jury the structure of Ms. Macuin, Blanco's organization as you understood it?" Carmen cleared her throat. Griselda believed in keeping things compartmentalized. People only knew what they needed to know for their specific role, but she kept the overall vision to herself. She used to say that an empire is like a pyramid, broad at the base, but with only room for one at the top. The trial unfolded over several weeks, revealing the intricate details of an operation that had moved billions of dollars worth of cocaine into the United States. Carmen's testimony was meticulous, backed by ledgers and financial records that painted the picture of enormous wealth flowing through carefully constructed channels designed to evade detection. Throughout the proceedings, Griselda maintained a composed demeanor. She sat beside her attorneys in tailored suits that belied her current circumstances, occasionally making notes on a legal pad or leaning over to whisper something to her counsel. Those who expected to see a monster were instead confronted with a woman who appeared more like a stern business executive than a drug lord. During breaks in the trial, Griselda was returned to a holding cell, where she would often read, sometimes the Bible she had been found with during her arrest, other times novels or poetry. One guard noted that she seemed particularly fond of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, the Colombian author whose magical realism perhaps reflected something of her own extraordinary life. The relationship between Griselda and Carmen became a focal point of the trial. The defense attempted to paint Carmen as an opportunist who had willingly participated in illegal activities and was now saving herself by betraying her former employer. The prosecution positioned her as someone who had been drawn into Griselda's orbit and was now bravely standing up against a powerful and dangerous figure. The truth, as is often the case, likely lay somewhere in between these narratives. During cross-examination, Griselda's attorney approached Carmen with measured steps. "Miss Caban, you testified earlier about your close relationship with Miss Blanco. Would you say you considered her a friend?" Carmen hesitated, her eyes briefly flicking toward Griselda before returning to the attorney.
I thought I did, yes.
"And yet here you are, testifying against her. What changed?" Carmen's response came after a long pause.
Understanding what we were really doing.
"When you're in it, you see the money, the power, the respect. You don't see the other side." In a rare display of emotion, Griselda's expression hardened at these words. Those watching closely might have noticed her knuckles whitening as she gripped the edge of the table before her. As July approached, the prosecution presented its final witnesses and evidence. The case they had constructed was comprehensive, connecting Griselda not just to drug trafficking, but to the elaborate financial infrastructure that had allowed her operation to function for so long. On July 9, 1985, the jury returned with their verdict after less than a day of deliberation, guilty of narcotics conspiracy. The courtroom remained silent as the verdict was read, save for the soft sound of Griselda's breathing, which seemed to momentarily catch before resuming its steady rhythm. The sentencing would not come until November, leaving Griselda in a state of limbo. During these months, she spent her time in detention reading voraciously and, according to some accounts, developing a deeper interest in religious texts. She received few visitors. Her sons were themselves either in hiding or facing their own legal troubles, and most of those who had once claimed loyalty had disappeared when fortunes turned. One person who did visit was a former associate named Raul, who had managed to avoid implication in the case. Their meeting, observed by guards, seemed tense at first, but gradually evolved into what appeared to be a genuine conversation between old acquaintances. "You know," Griselda reportedly told him, "in all the years, all the money, all the power, I never slept as well as I did when I was a girl in Cartagena before any of this began." Raul nodded. "Do you regret it? The path you chose?" Griselda considered this for a long moment. Regret is a luxury for those who have other options. I did what I needed to survive, and then I did what I wanted because I could. The only thing I truly regret is not seeing my boys grow into men who could make different choices." On November 8, 1985, Griselda Blanco returned to the courtroom for sentencing. She had chosen to wear a simple black dress rather than the power suits of the trial, her hair pulled back severely from her face. When given the opportunity to speak before sentencing, she rose slowly. "Your Honor," she began, her accent more pronounced than usual, perhaps due to emotion, "I stand before you as someone who has been portrayed as a monster. Perhaps parts of that portrayal are deserved. I have lived a life outside the boundaries of what society deems acceptable. But I ask you to remember that monsters are not born. They are created by circumstances and choices." The judge listened impassively, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts. "I came to this country seeking what everyone seeks: opportunity, security, a future for my children. The paths open to me were few, and the one I chose led me here. I accept that there must be consequences for my actions. I only ask that in determining those consequences, you see me as a complete person, a mother, a survivor, a woman who made terrible choices, but who is more than the sum of those choices." Whether her words had any impact on the judge's decision is unknown. The sentence was delivered with the same detached professionalism that had characterized the entire proceeding: 15 years in federal prison and a fine of $25,000. As Griselda was led from the courtroom, a journalist in attendance would later write that she walked with the dignified resignation of a queen being led to exile, not defeated, merely temporarily removed from power. The months following her sentencing saw Griselda's attorneys file appeals, primarily on the grounds that her right to a speedy trial had been violated. These efforts would ultimately prove unsuccessful, with the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit upholding her conviction in 1988. During this period, rumors began to circulate, whispers that even from behind bars, Griselda was plotting. Perhaps the most persistent of these rumors suggested an audacious plan to kidnap John F. Kennedy Jr. as leverage for her release. This tale, later popularized in a 2008 documentary and through various media accounts, has never been substantiated with credible evidence. Those who knew Griselda best suggested that, while she was certainly capable of bold and ruthless action, such a plan would have been uncharacteristically reckless for someone who had built her empire on calculated moves and careful strategy. What is known with certainty is that Griselda adapted to prison life with the same resilience she had shown throughout her remarkable and controversial life. She established routines, continued her reading, and according to some accounts, found a measure of peace in religious practice that had eluded her in freedom. A prison chaplain who interacted with her during these early years would later recall, "She never discussed her past with me directly, but she once said something I've thought about often since. She said, 'Father, power is like a current that carries you along. You think you're steering, but really you're just trying not to drown.'" As 1985 gave way to 1986 and the world outside continued its relentless forward motion, Griselda Blanco, once one of the most powerful and feared figures in the international drug trade, began the long, slow process of serving her sentence, her empire dismantled, her freedom gone, but her legend only beginning to grow. In the heart of Miami, where the sun kissed the ocean with golden hues each evening, whispers of a name traveled through the streets like a gentle breeze carrying secrets. Griselda Blanco. The name alone caused the air to still, conversations to hush, and eyes to dart nervously. It was the early 1990s, and the woman known as La Madrina, the Godmother, had built an empire that stretched across continents, yet she moved like a shadow, rarely seen but always felt. The Miami skyline glittered against the darkening sky as Detective Robert Martinez sat in his unmarked car, watching the entrance of a high-end restaurant where associates of the Blanco organization were known to gather. He had been tracking Griselda's operation for years, watching as she orchestrated her business with calculating precision while maintaining a careful distance from the day-to-day operations. Unlike the flashy drug lords who flaunted their wealth with gaudy displays, Griselda understood the power of invisibility. "She's smart," Martinez muttered to his partner, Detective Williams, as they observed men in expensive suits entering the establishment. 3 sons running different branches of the operation, and she's pulling the strings from behind the curtain. Williams nodded, taking a sip of his cold coffee. And yet she's losing them one by one. It was true. Between 1989 and 1994, Griselda had experienced the most profound loss a mother could endure, the deaths of 3 of her elder sons. Each murder had sent ripples through the criminal underworld of Miami, Colombia, and beyond. Some whispered it was karma. Others claimed it was rival organizations settling scores. But everyone agreed on one thing. Even in a world built on violence, there was something particularly tragic about a mother outliving her children. In her lavish home, hidden behind high walls and lush tropical gardens, Griselda sat alone in her study, surrounded by photographs of her sons, Dixon, Uber, and Osvaldo. Their faces stared back at her from silver frames, young men with her eyes, her determination. The room was eerily quiet, except for the gentle ticking of an antique clock and the occasional rustle of papers as she reviewed business reports brought to her by trusted lieutenants. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. "Enter," she commanded, her voice carrying the weight of authority despite its softness. Jorge Rivi Ayala, her most trusted hitman, stepped into the room. Tall and imposing with sharp features and calculating eyes, Rivi had been with Griselda for years, executing her orders with ruthless efficiency. The shipment arrived safely, he informed her, standing respectfully at a distance, and the message was delivered to the Ochoa family as requested. Griselda nodded, her face betraying no emotion, though her mind calculated the implications of each move in this dangerous chess game she played.
"And what of the investigation? What are they saying downtown?"
Rivi shifted slightly. "They're building a case. Detective Martinez has been gathering testimonies, financial records. They believe they have enough to move soon." A slight smile played at the corners of Griselda's lips. "Let them believe what they want. We've weathered worse storms." But behind her confident facade, Griselda felt the pressure mounting. The loss of her sons had created vulnerabilities in her organization that she struggled to patch. Enemies sensed weakness, and law enforcement circled closer each day. The empire she had built from nothing, from the desperate streets of Medellin to the glittering coastline of Miami, was beginning to show cracks in its foundation. Later that evening, as Miami's nightlife pulsed with energy, Griselda sat on her terrace overlooking Biscayne Bay. The water reflected the city lights, creating a mirror image of the world she had conquered. She sipped slowly from a glass of aged Colombian rum, allowing herself a rare moment of reflection. Her journey had been extraordinary by any measure. Born into poverty in Colombia, she had clawed her way to the top of a male-dominated criminal hierarchy through a combination of ruthless ambition, strategic thinking, and an understanding of human psychology that bordered on the supernatural. Where others saw obstacles, Griselda saw pathways. Where others hesitated, she struck decisively. The telephone rang, interrupting her thoughts. Her remaining son, Michael, was calling from Colombia, where he had been overseeing operations. "Mama," his voice came through the line, a mixture of respect and urgency. "I've been hearing things. The Miami-Dade prosecutors are preparing something big. You should consider leaving for a while." Griselda took another sip of rum, watching as a yacht glided silently across the bay. "This is my home now, Michael. I don't run from shadows." "These aren't shadows, Mama. They have witnesses. They have Rivi's people talking." A chill ran through Griselda that had nothing to do with the evening breeze. Rivi had been with her through everything, her most loyal soldier. The thought that his associates might be turning was disturbing. "I'll handle it," she said firmly. "Focus on our business there. I need you safe." After hanging up, Griselda called for her security detail. "Bring Rivi to me tomorrow morning. We need to discuss some concerns." But Rivi never made it to that meeting. By dawn, Miami-Dade police had moved in, arresting several key members of Griselda's organization. The net was tightening. In the offices of the Miami-Dade prosecutor, a team worked through the night preparing what they believed would be the case of their careers. Assistant State Attorney Barbara Reynolds spread documents across a large table, building a narrative of murder, drug trafficking, and money laundering that spanned decades. "We've got her," she said to her colleague, Miguel Santos. "3 murders we can prove beyond reasonable doubt." "The testimony from Ayala's crew gives us the connection we need."
Santos nodded, though his expression remained cautious.
"If we can keep the witnesses secure, these people have a way of disappearing when it matters most."
Reynolds tapped a folder confidently.
"Rivi is our ace. He was her right hand. He knows everything." By 1994, the case the Miami-Dade prosecutors had built was formidable. The indictment charged Griselda Blanco with 3 murders, and the state announced its intention to seek the death penalty. The news sent shockwaves through Miami's criminal landscape. La Madrina, who had seemed untouchable for so long, was facing the electric chair. In her cell at the detention center, Griselda maintained the same composed demeanor that had characterized her reign. She received visitors with dignity, spoke respectfully to the guards, and spent hours in quiet contemplation or reading books sent by her remaining family. To those watching, it might have seemed she was at peace with her fate. The reality was far more complex. "They have nothing but the word of traitors and liars," she told her attorney, Martin Goldstein, during one of their consultations. "Men who would say anything to save themselves." Goldstein, a veteran defense attorney who had represented some of Miami's most notorious criminals, adjusted his glasses and spoke frankly. "Griselda, the prosecution has Rivi. He was there for everything. His testimony alone could be enough." For a brief moment, something flashed in Griselda's eyes, a glimpse of the ferocity that had made her legendary, before she regained her composure.
"Then we must be prepared for every possibility."
As the case progressed through preliminary hearings, an unexpected development shifted the momentum. Jorge Rivi Ayala, the prosecution's star witness, became embroiled in a scandal that threatened to undermine the entire case. It emerged that Ayala had been engaging in phone sex conversations with secretaries from the prosecutor's office, a stunning breach of protocol that called into question the integrity of the prosecution's handling of their key witness. The revelation sent the prosecutor's office into crisis mode. Barbara Reynolds found herself facing not only the challenge of prosecuting a notorious criminal, but also managing a public relations disaster that threatened to derail years of investigative work. "This cannot be happening," she said to Santos as they reviewed transcripts of the inappropriate calls. "Everything we've built, compromised by this absurdity." Santos shook his head in disbelief. "The defense will have a field day. They'll claim witness tampering, improper influence, anything to discredit Ayala's testimony." He was right. Goldstein moved aggressively, filing motions challenging the admissibility of Ayala's testimony and questioning the prosecution's methods. The case that had seemed so solid began to show significant cracks. In the quiet of her cell, Griselda received the news of this development with outward calm, though inwardly her mind worked furiously, assessing this unexpected turn of fortune. She had always believed in a combination of strategy and fate, calculating every move while acknowledging that sometimes the universe itself intervened in mysterious ways. As the case against her faltered, negotiations began between the prosecution and defense. The state, facing the potential collapse of their case against one of the most significant criminal figures in Florida history, began to consider alternatives to a trial that might now end in acquittal. For Griselda, these years of legal battles were set against the backdrop of profound personal loss. The deaths of her sons had changed her in ways that even she did not fully comprehend. There were moments, alone in her cell at night, when the facade of the untouchable Godmother crumbled, leaving only a mother who had lost her children. On October 16, 1998, after years of legal maneuvering, Griselda Blanco appeared in court one last time. The courtroom was packed with journalists, law enforcement officials who had spent careers pursuing her, and curious members of the public eager to glimpse the legendary figure. Dressed simply but elegantly in a navy blue suit, her hair pulled back in a neat bun, Griselda stood before Judge Harold Morrison with perfect posture and unwavering gaze. "Your Honor," Goldstein addressed the court, "we have reached an agreement with the state. Blanco is prepared to enter a plea of guilty, to 3 counts of second-degree murder. The terms of the agreement were announced, concurrent 20-year sentences, with credit for time served. Griselda Blanco had avoided the electric chair, but would remain imprisoned for many more years. When asked if she wished to address the court, Griselda spoke briefly, her voice steady. "I accept responsibility for my actions and the pain they have caused. I have lost 3 sons to violence. I understand suffering." Whether this was genuine remorse or calculated performance remained a matter of speculation among those present. Detective Martinez, watching from the back of the courtroom, thought he detected something authentic in her words, a weariness perhaps, or the wisdom that comes only through devastating loss. As Griselda was led away to begin serving her sentence, rumors already swirled about the true extent of her hidden fortune. Estimates ranged wildly from 500 million to 2 billion, secreted away in accounts across the globe. No official audit had ever confirmed these figures, and Griselda herself never spoke publicly about her financial empire. Similarly persistent were the whispers about her alleged connection to the Kennedy family tragedy. The speculation about a JFK Jr. plot resurfaced during this era, though it remained in the realm of conspiracy theory rather than established fact. Behind the high walls of the correctional facility, Griselda adapted to her new reality with the same resilience that had characterized her rise to power. She became known among inmates and staff alike for her quiet dignity, her voracious reading habits, and her willingness to offer counsel to younger women who found themselves incarcerated. "You have made mistakes," she told a young drug offender who shared her cell block in late 2000. "But mistakes do not define your whole story unless you allow them to." The years passed, marked by the changing seasons visible from the small window of her cell and the gradually diminishing list of visitors as former associates moved on, died, or simply forgot. Through it all, Griselda maintained regular contact with her surviving son, Michael, their conversations carefully monitored but nonetheless forming a lifeline to the world outside. By 2004, having served approximately 19 years total between her various periods of incarceration, Griselda Blanco's legal journey in the United States was approaching its conclusion. In June of that year, she was released from federal custody and immediately taken into the hands of immigration officials. As a non-citizen convicted of serious crimes, her deportation to Colombia was processed swiftly. On a warm summer morning, Griselda Blanco boarded a plane bound for Bogotá, returning to the country of her birth under circumstances far different from those she might have imagined in the height of her power. At 61 years old, La Madrina was beginning yet another chapter in her extraordinary life, leaving behind a legacy that would continue to fascinate, terrify, and captivate long after her departure from American shores. In the quiet hours of a late summer evening when the Colombian air hung heavy with the scent of rain-washed streets and blooming jacaranda, an elderly woman made her way through the upscale neighborhood of El Poblado in Medellin. The glow of streetlights cast long shadows as she moved with unhurried steps, her face weathered by time and experience, eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, though not the kind found in history books. Her name was whispered with a mixture of fear and reverence throughout Colombia and beyond. Griselda Blanco, La Madrina, the Black Widow, the cocaine godmother. A woman who had once commanded an empire built on white powder and blood, who had orchestrated murders with the same casual precision with which she now selected fruits at the local market. To the younger residents of El Poblado, she was just another abuela, perhaps a bit more reserved than most, her accent hinting at years spent in the United States. Few recognized her as the architect of one of the most violent drug operations in history, a pioneer who had blazed a crimson trail for the male narcos who would follow in her wake. Griselda had returned to Medellin years ago, slipping back into the city that had birthed her ambition like a ghost returning to haunt familiar halls. The Colombia she returned to was not the one she had left. The cartels had fractured and reformed, the violence had evolved, and the shadows in which she had once moved with such lethal grace were now occupied by new predators. But Griselda Blanco was a survivor. Through decades of bloodshed, through multiple husbands who had met violent ends, through prison and deportation, she had endured. Now, in her twilight years, she claimed to have found redemption in religion, presenting herself as a born-again Christian, seeking forgiveness for sins too numerous to count. On that particular evening in early September 2012, Griselda moved through the streets with the same vigilance that had kept her alive through decades of enemies and betrayals. Her eyes, dark and alert despite her 69 years, scanned her surroundings with practiced ease. The neighborhood of El Poblado offered a veneer of security, with its upscale apartments and trendy restaurants. But Griselda knew better than most that safety was an illusion, particularly for someone with her history. She paused outside a small butcher shop, its windows displaying cuts of meat arranged with careful precision. A mundane errand for most, but for Griselda, every public appearance was a calculated risk. She had enemies, countless enemies, people who had lost loved ones to her orders, rivals who remembered her dominance, authorities who had never managed to make all charges stick. But time had passed, and perhaps, she thought, so had the thirst for vengeance. Inside the shop, the butcher recognized her immediately, not as a notorious criminal, but as a regular customer who preferred her meat cut in specific ways and who always paid in cash. "Doña, the usual today?" he asked, reaching for a cleaver. "Sí, por favor," Griselda replied, her voice carrying the rasp of years and cigarettes. "And perhaps some of the sausage my grandson enjoys." The butcher nodded, setting to work. Griselda watched his hands, the swift, sure movements of the blade. In another life, she had employed men skilled with different kinds of blades, for purposes far removed from preparing dinner. As she waited, her mind drifted to her sons, those lost to the life she had chosen for them, and those who remained. Michael, her youngest, had managed to carve out a life away from the shadows of her empire. He visited occasionally, bringing her grandson, a boy untouched by the blood that stained his family tree. In these visits, Griselda found a strange peace, a glimpse of what ordinary life might have been. The butcher wrapped her purchases in paper, securing them with twine. "Your grandson, he is well?" he asked, making the kind of small talk expected in neighborhood shops. "Growing too fast," Griselda replied with a small smile that softened the hard lines of her face. "Children always do." She paid and thanked him, taking the package and stepping back into the early evening air. The streets were quieter now, locals retreating to their homes or gathering in restaurants. Griselda paused, adjusting her grip on her purchase. She never saw the motorcycle approach, never heard the engine over the ambient sounds of the neighborhood. The first indication of danger was the sudden silence that fell, as if the world held its breath. 2 shots, precise, professional, the kind of hit she herself might have ordered in her heyday. The bullets found their mark with deadly accuracy, striking her in the head. Griselda Blanco, who had survived decades of warfare in the drug trade, who had ordered countless similar executions, fell to the pavement outside the butcher shop, her life's blood mingling with the rainwater in the gutters of Medellin. The motorcycle disappeared into the maze of streets, the killers anonymous in their helmets, faceless instruments of retribution or justice, depending on one's perspective. They employed the very method Griselda had pioneered, the motorcycle assassination, quick, public, and virtually impossible to prevent. In the chaotic aftermath, as curious onlookers gathered and police sirens wailed in the distance, the butcher emerged from his shop, crossing himself at the sight of his customer lying motionless on the pavement. "Dios mío," he whispered. The package he had prepared for her still clutched in her hand, the paper now stained crimson. News of Griselda Blanco's death spread through Medellin like wildfire, then across Colombia, and finally to the United States, where she had built and lost her empire. Former associates, enemies, and law enforcement officials received the news with a complex mixture of emotions: closure, vindication, and for some, a strange emptiness, as if the final chapter of a dark saga had at last been written. In Miami, a city she had once terrorized, retired DEA agents who had pursued her raised glasses in grim satisfaction. In New York, where her organization had established crucial distribution networks, aging gangsters nodded at the news, acknowledging the symmetry of her end. and in the Colombian prisons where former members of her organization served their sentences, inmates marked her passing with a respect tinged with fear, even in death. The investigation into her murder proceeded with the perfunctory motions expected for any homicide, but with none of the urgency that might accompany the death of an ordinary citizen. The case file would eventually join countless others in the archives of unsolved killings in Colombia, a country still healing from decades of narco-violence. The identities of her killers and whoever had commissioned the hit remained elusive, though theories abounded. Some pointed to surviving family members of her victims, particularly those of the young boy killed in a drive by shooting in Miami, collateral damage in a failed attempt on his father's life, a hit Griselda had allegedly ordered. Others suggested former business rivals who had never forgotten old grievances, or perhaps younger criminal elements, eliminating a potential threat, however diminished. Michael Blanco received the news of his mother's death while in the United States. The son, who had tried to distance himself from his mother's bloody legacy, found himself thrust back into the spotlight, forced to confront the complicated reality of grieving for a woman both loved and feared. In interviews given years later, he would speak of her with a complex mixture of affection and acknowledgement of her crimes, insisting that contrary to popular belief, she had left behind little in the way of hidden wealth. "People think there are millions stashed away somewhere," he would tell a documentary filmmaker, his eyes reflecting the weight of his family history. "But that's just another myth. The money was spent, seized or lost long ago." In the days following her death, as Griselda's body lay in a Medellin morgue awaiting the formalities of death in a country where she had both thrived and hidden, the legend of La Madrina began its transformation. No longer a living, breathing threat, she became something perhaps more powerful, a symbol, a cautionary tale, a dark legend of a woman who had defied every convention of her time and her criminal milieu. Filmmakers, authors, and musicians found in her story a compelling narrative of ruthless ambition and brutal consequence. The documentary Cocaine Cowboys had already cemented her place in criminal law, presenting her as a figure of almost mythic proportions. A Lifetime film would follow, then a Netflix series titled simply Griselda, each iteration adding layers to the myth, blurring the already indistinct line between the woman and the legend. Even in the world of hip-hop, her influence echoed, with Griselda Records adopting her name as a symbol of uncompromising authenticity and street credibility. Her methods, her style, her very existence as a female kingpin in a male-dominated underworld ensured that long after her blood had been washed from the streets of El Poblado, Griselda Blanco would remain a figure of fascination and fear. The truth of who she had been in those final years, a repentant sinner seeking redemption, a retired criminal living off ill-gotten gains, or something in between, died with her on that September evening. What remained was the complex legacy of a woman who had risen from the slums of Medellin to become one of the most feared criminal operators in history, who had outlived most of her contemporaries only to fall victim to the very method of assassination she had pioneered. In the quiet apartment she had called home, investigators found evidence of a surprisingly modest lifestyle. Religious texts sat alongside family photographs. There were no obvious signs of extravagant wealth, no indication that she had maintained connections to the criminal underworld. It was as if Griselda Blanco had been trying to disappear into the fabric of ordinary life, to become invisible in a way she had never been during her reign as the cocaine godmother. Yet invisibility had eluded her, as it often does those who have written their names in blood across the pages of criminal history. Someone had remembered, someone had waited, someone had decided that regardless of her apparent reformation, Griselda Blanco's accounts remained unsettled. As the sun set over Medellin on the day of her death, casting long shadows across a city that had seen so much bloodshed, the cycle of violence that had defined much of Colombia's recent history claimed one of its most notorious architects. There was a certain poetic justice in her end that even Griselda might have appreciated, a symmetry, a closing of a circle that had begun decades earlier when she had first ordered men on motorcycles to eliminate her enemies. In the years that followed, as her story was told and retold, embellished and dramatized, the woman herself became increasingly obscured by her myth. The real Griselda Blanco, with her fears and regrets, her moments of tenderness toward her children and grandchildren, her possible quest for redemption, faded behind the larger-than-life figure of La Madrina, the Black Widow who had loved and killed with equal passion. For those who had known her, who had feared her, who had pursued her through the labyrinthine world of international drug trafficking, the news of her death brought a complex closure. For the younger generation, who knew her only through documentaries and dramatizations, she became another character in the dark pantheon of narco legends, her reality less important than what she represented. The ruthless ambition, the disregard for human life, the brutal efficiency that had characterized an era. And somewhere, perhaps, the anonymous figures who had ended her life continued their own existence, carrying with them the knowledge that they had closed one of the most bloody chapters in the history of the drug trade. Whether they acted from vengeance, justice, or some other motive remained their secret, just one more mystery in the shadowed legacy of Griselda Blanco, the cocaine godmother, whose reign had finally, definitively ended on a quiet street in Medellin with the same brutal efficiency that had been. Her trademark,